Okay, let's make some art today. Good afternoon, everyone. My name's Michael Markowsky. Welcome to my studio. Today we are going to recreate another painting by another one of my favorite artists. And it's just a couple of days from Christmas as we record here live today. Maybe you're probably watching this months or years later, so it's not going to be a Christmas-themed episode. But I did think today's painting was particularly relevant because not only is Christmas all about celebrating love and peace and harmony, but this image originally has its roots in Christmas. We'll get to that in just a few moments here. So this is the artwork we're going to recreate. This is Robert Indiana's famous love image. Now he used this image hundreds and hundreds of times, and the foundation that was founded by him shortly before he died continues to license this image for all sorts of other things. So there are many different versions of this artwork that exist out there. This is the one that I'm going to paint, but you could certainly use any combination of colors you like, because as we see here in just a few moments, that's what he did. So this is the artwork by Robert Indiana that I want to recreate. And I've done an outline to help simplify this process of getting it onto a canvas. I'm going to show you how I do that in a moment. But I'll also let you know that there's I also loved the sculptural version. As I said, he did many different versions of it, and so here's a sculpture version of it. And I also did an outline for that if you want to do something even a little bit more different. If you want to try to make a painting from that, it's a little bit different. So I'm going to show you how to find these files first, because they're all free. Anyone can download them. You'll see that there's a link in the description below for a Dropbox folder. You can click on that Dropbox folder, and you can see over 100 folders within that folder, and within those folders each one has between 2 or 3 to 20 different files in there. So where are we today? We're number 105 here. And those numbers may change. So they have changed in the past. So if you're like, wow, 105 is a different name today, just look for the name and all will be all right. So here we have 6 files in here. Now we have, of course, again, the 2 original images, and then there's 2 versions of each outline. One's a JPEG, one's a PDF. I'll also encourage you to, once you're done today's painting, is to take a photograph of it and upload it to this thing that is itself reloading. Eventually here, there's a private Facebook page just for people like yourself which I strongly encourage you to join, and then upload your version of it, because every once once a month I go through all of the images and post and review them and give some feedback for people who want to improve them. I see Josh is already a couple of episodes ahead here and decided to do the Rene Magritte. This is usually why I don't post them that far in advance, so that we don't have too much of this happening, but there you go. Thanks, Josh. There's Maria's. Should I paint this beautiful image that she's working on? Yeah, that would be awesome. I also think it looks beautiful just as it is. So there, you can see there's lots of comments from a very supportive community. Here's Heidi doing another dog painting. That is cool. So I'm not going to talk too much about this because that's what I do on the feedback episodes once a month. Anyway, we'll talk about Robert Indiana's biography shortly here, but I do want to get the painting started. So let's, I'm going to share with you how to outline this image. Now, I've already done it, but I'm just going to play this video and talk over top of it so that we can kind of just speed through a little bit. So you're going to see that I'm painting on a 9x12 sized canvas, and I've got the outline, which I downloaded from the Dropbox, and I printed it out on my inkjet printer here at home. You can use a LaserJet printer or a photocopier. Now, I put some tape on there, but not too, I didn't really tack it down, so this way I can move it around. Because, you know, these ones, this has got some straight lines on it, so maybe making it a little bit, trying to get kind of straight is a little bit helpful. There's lots of other times where I make paintings where it doesn't really matter how straight it is. This one, arguably, is one of the ones that is maybe a little bit more important to straighten it out. So you see I just sort of doing a little bit of back and forth here. And eventually I get it straight enough that... Oh, and... So now I'm going to take some of this carbon paper, and I'm going to slide a sheet of carbon paper underneath. You can use graphite paper. There's different colors of graphite and carbon paper. You can use whichever one suits you best. And then I'm just going to quickly trace over these lines. And you can see I'm going to use a ruler for some of it. And I'm just going to go a little bit faster. It's pretty self-explanatory how to trace an image, right? You know, some of these circles are a little bit difficult, but that's okay. It doesn't have to be absolutely perfect. I think that's pretty good, right? And then you kind of want to just double check and make sure all the lines actually transferred onto the other side there. And if that happens, then you can peel it off, and then when you're done that, you've got your image on the canvas, just like that. So, this certainly saves a lot of time trying to sketch this whole thing out. In fact, if you didn't have a printer, I would still draw it on a regular piece of paper, and then once you've sort of got kind of what you think you want, you can erase and correct and change, and then still use a carbon paper to transfer the drawing that you're most happy with onto the canvas. I mean, that would be my recommendation. That way you get the cleanest kind of working surface possible to paint on, right? Because if you've got a whole bunch of marks on there and parts of it have been erased and it's kind of a bit of a mess, you know, it's that it might get a little bit confusing. So this just sort of cleans and clears things up a little bit. So how am I gonna, what do I want to do here? So usually I put this warm yellow onto the surface before I begin, and I think today I'm going to do the same. I'm just going to keep it simple. I gotta get my water, which I forgot over here. 1 second. There was a small debate in my mind of just painting part of it, but I think I'm still going to do the same sort of thing here. Now, as a little bit of a heads up, I began a different version of this. You can see it's kind of hard to see the letters in there, that I'm going to finish towards the very end of today's episode. And I began that one, and I'm going to use tape to do that, to finish it. see if I can get, you know, as perfect a version of it as possible. This one, however, I'm going to hand paint. So I'm going to do the whole thing just with paint brushes and no tape. So 2 slightly different ones, and then we can kind of at the very, very end judge them side by side and see which one you prefer. So, and I recorded that whole process, so at some point today I'll play that just so you can see. So I always just I love doing this. It just helps me. In fact, just last night I was making. I'm preparing a video that it's going to be sort of a little fun video talking about why I do these outline or why I use this yellow, and I came up with a list of reasons why it's a good idea, and then I came up with a list of reasons why it's a really bad idea. Because I'm sure there's people out there who think it's a really bad idea, so I thought, let's have that debate, and then we'll see how it all shakes out. So, okay. So, just kind of even this surface out. The reason I was debating maybe not doing this, even though I do it almost every episode, is the potential of sort of getting... I'm going to have to get really nice, intense colors, I'm going to have to paint some of this back white, or kind of mix some white into some of these colors. And then I thought, you know what? Probably going to have to do 2 coats anyway, so might as well... One thing I like about doing this is it slowly starts filling in all of the weave of the canvas, and I've even gessoed this once already, and I just like a really, really smooth surface. So the more paint that's on there, I think it makes it easier to paint. So anyway. So let's let this dry for a moment. I'm going to set it aside. I'm going to start getting my paints out. What happened there? And then I'm going to put these on the palette. So... So for today's episode, what colors do I want to use? I think it's just the warm red. We're going to use cool yellow. Warm red, cool yellow. And that blue is, it's really actually, I think, again, a cobalt blue, which is a combination of our yellow, or our cool blue and our warm blue. So I'm going to put a bit of warm blue on here. And that green is also it's a cooler green, although it looks like there might be a tiny bit of warm red in there, just to lessen the lemony brightness of it. So I think all of these colors, maybe some white. So if you're wondering what tubes of paint, I think we could get away with this: a cool blue, a warm red, a cool yellow, and white. And of course we used our warm yellow on the surface to get it started, but again, that's an optional procedure. Okay, so I am just going to quickly blow dry this. So just give me 10 seconds here. Okay. I just sort of I like having my paintings just to, you know, kind of dry as quickly as possible, at least my acrylics. That way when I am ready to paint, I can just launch right into it. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about who today's artist is. Robert Indiana. Surprise, surprise, Robert Indiana was born in Indiana. Now, his original name was Robert Clark, so at some point he changed his name to Robert Indiana. And let's kind of skip over what he's most famous for, just quickly talk a little bit about his biography. So he was adopted. So he was given up for adoption, and when his parents adopted him, he assumed their last name. Clark was the last name, and he attended, after high school, he went and enlisted in the American Air Force. So he served, I think, 4 years in the Air Force. And I assume, although I'm not sure, but I assume he, you know, as part of his discharge, he had his college paid for. So he decided to go to the Art Institute of Chicago. He also attended Skowhegan, which is a really cool. I'm not sure if Skowhegan, as I know it's struggled recently, but Skowhegan is famous as like this residency for artists around the world. I'd say Skowhegan is probably the most famous art residency in the United States, and the Banff Center in Canada, here in Banff, Alberta, is the most famous in Canada. And there's other ones around the world, but those are really two of the most storied and famous and beloved ones here in North America for sure. And this plays a big role in his life because he met a lot of other very important artists during that time. He also went to Edinburgh, Scotland, where he pursued additional training. Let me see. While he's away, he forms a relationship with Ellsworth Kelly, who's another super famous artist who also did similar types of art. Ellsworth Kelly, let me just see, is famous for these big, like, these. Oh, come on, let's see. They don't have any Ellsworth Kelly's paintings here. So you can see just really quickly, Ellsworth Kelly's paintings, we have like these geometric flat colors, big, often even shaped canvases. And I think having a relationship with this artist, who is his senior, who was a little bit, I'm pretty sure Ellsworth Kelly was older than Robert Indiana. Let me just, 1928. Yeah, I guess 5 years. I thought that he was a little bit much older than that. Anyway, so the two of them are together for quite a long time. And they moved together to Conti's Slip, which is sort of, you know, at the time in New York, it was a kind of an artist's enclave. Now it's, you know, a financial district, and there's big skyscrapers there. What else do I want to say about his artwork? Maybe let's take a look at his wiki art page here. Just so you can see, this is the kind of art that he made shortly after art school. So he would have finished art school in the mid-1950s, and so the work that he's doing, these kind of sculptural paintings, are similar to what another artist named Robert Rauschenberg called combines. And so Robert Indiana is one of those artists that fits in between. He's part of this transition period from abstract expressionism and what later becomes known as pop art. And so, like Rauschenberg, like Jasper Johns, who's another artist. We painted Jasper Johns' flag for American Independence Day. So here's some Jasper Johns paintings. So they're right at this, but before Andy Warhol and Roy Lichtenstein and who, you know, I mean, there's dozens and dozens of pop artists. Those are two of my favorite. That's why they're off the top of my head. But we can see there's the use of like iconic imagery like stars and numbers and text are all things that were sort of forbidden, or artists just never even thought about using them really until around this period of time. Now there's certain people who are going to say, what about like Dada and early Surrealism and even Cubism? Cubism is sort of credited as being really the first art movement to incorporate text into the artworks, but it certainly wasn't, you know, we never saw in a Cubist artwork where there was, the whole artwork was literally only text, as we see here in Robert Indiana's early work. Now, it's a little bit out of order, some of these images, so it's a little confusing. But, you know, so let's go to the Museum of Modern Art's website, because the reason this image came about at all was he was invited to create a Christmas card for the Museum of Modern Art in 1964. So this was the design that he came up with, and I don't know if this is a painted version of it. I don't know if there's maybe it might be just kind of fun to look up Christmas card 1964. I'd be curious to know what the original Christmas card looked like if there's an image of it. There's a greeting card. I don't see. That's something I wonder if it looked like this. Oh, this says it's the real thing. Interesting. I would be skeptical if that, but because I'm sure it's worth a ton of money. But it became the most popular Christmas card they had done up until that point. And then the United States Postal Service a few years later did put this image on the postage stamp. So let's just quickly take a look at that. So I think here, which one? I'm not sure which one is the original one. Maybe it's that one. Oof, these are so, the quality of those is so, oh, there we are. So I think it looked pretty much like that, which is very similar to today's painting. Obviously there's no yellow in it as well. So he makes that the Christmas card, and immediately it becomes a gigantic, huge sensation. And, you know, just, I don't think he, you know, if you're making a Christmas card for the Museum of Modern Art, that's a huge honor, even back in the 1960s. And but you know, it is going to mostly artists and collectors, patrons of the museum, people who've donated money. So it's a particular clientele, but they receive this and they're like, wow, this is really cool. Who did this? Robert Indiana. So this, which painting is this based on? And I'm sure he was like, whoa, like, you know, there's probably the curators or the marketing department for the museum is like, hey, by the way, we're getting a lot of positive feedback about, your Christmas card that you made for the museum this year. And we've had some of our best collectors have offered they want to buy the original. And he's like, yes. Well, it's I'm really busy right now. Can you tell them to come by the studio on Monday? And I'm sure he's just frantically creating paintings to meet the demand. And I'm sure if you had asked him a year or two before, do you think your career you're going to become the guy known for the love word mark or artwork? And we're like, what? Really? I mean, there's so many other things, but once it took off, it was a train that was not going to come back to the station, and it provided him a great deal of money. It provided him with the stability, and it allowed him to travel around the world exhibiting his art. Let me see. Do we see the Eat image on here? If we go back to his Wikipedia page, there's he made it like a gigantic sign that said "Eat," which was exhibited at the 1964 World's Fair, which is also very famous because Andy Warhol exhibited a giant painting or series of paintings called the World's Most Wanted, or America's Most Wanted, which featured all of these gigantic billboard-sized images of these criminals. And it caused a gigantic scandal, and they were painted over, I think, like the day after the fair started or the night before. So there was that's a whole other long story, which there's books that have been written about it. But what's funny is this gigantic painting, or I guess it was kind of a sign, I think it was backlit, caused a lot of confusion because people could see it from quite a ways away, thinking it was like the food court for the fair, and all these people are lining up trying to get in, and they realize they're just lining up in front of a painting. Which I just think is like one of the funniest things of all time. So he's done all sorts of other things as well. He famously painted a basketball court for the Milwaukee Bucks, which was almost destroyed and has been preserved. And then he did this version of Hope, which was not created by him, the original Hope slogan for Barack Obama, but he did create a revised version of his love image for Barack Obama when he was running for president in 2008. And so there's, you could see there's sculptural versions of this, just like he did the love version. And he passed away just recently. And this is his own website. There's lots of works in here. I'm sure probably if I had looked around a little bit more here, I'd find some of the images I've talked about. The unfortunate thing is when an artist is really, really successful, like Robert Indiana, people start fighting over the money, especially when the artist passes away. So again, one of the sad sort of parts of his, that is unfolded after he died, is various different people who consider themselves to be the rights holders to different parts of his work that signed licensing agreements with him have been battling out in court. He died, I think, 4 or 5 years ago, and there seems to be no end in sight for all these different lawsuits. So yeah, do I want to talk about anybody else here? That was the Jasper Johns. I think let's get the painting started, and then we can always talk about more things related to his biography. And I see lots of people there in the chat. There's Paula, there's my mom, hi Mom, there's Ravi, Lolly, and Donna. Lots of people saying Merry Christmas, everyone. That's just a couple of days. Today we took our daughter down to meet Santa Claus. A last minute thing. There was an opening. We had to have to register online to see Santa these days, and we got a chance to see Santa, and our daughter was oh my, the photos that my wife took of it are so adorable. One of these days I'll share them with you, but it was like too much love. Okay, so let me just mention, so as I said, this is the other version of this that I began, that I'm going to finish later on. And I realized after I began this that there was probably a smarter way to go about it, and yet I was already committed to doing this particular method. And we'll talk about that when we get to it. But again, you know, it's one of those things, sometimes you get going on a painting and you realize, oh, you know what? I should have done that before this, or I should have done the red before the yellow, or the green before the blue. Like, I think it's just easier just to get started. You paint on a small canvas like this, and then if you encounter some problems and you think, oh, there's a smarter way of doing it, then do that for the next version of it. Don't get all frustrated or flustered. Just keep on going, and then you never know, maybe by the end you'll realize, you know what, actually the way the direction I took was the proper way. I'm so glad I finished this painting. Because you can always sit down and try to outsmart the paint before you begin, and the paint is infinitely smarter than any of us will ever be. So you just have to embrace the unexpected. That's part of what I love about painting, is the joy of sort of wading a little bit into the unknown and discovering things. So I'm basically, the way that I'm just going to paint this just as if we were painting any other painting, and the other one I'm going to use tape to finish it off. And so the question is just like, what color should we begin with? What I would suggest is starting with our greens and blues, and then doing the red over top of it. That way I can kind of paint out any kind of sloppy stuff. And then, so we'll do kind of the red and the yellow. Maybe, I think I'll do, let's say, blue, green, yellow, red. That would be my process, if you're curious. Okay, so let's start with the blue that I just said we'll start with. Now again, I'm probably going to have to do 2 coats of this paint. So I'm just going to start out with taking my some white and mixing it into this blue, since I know I'm going to have to do a couple of coats anyway. This one, I'm not super concerned about making a really beautiful mixture. It's just basically trying to get some paint onto the canvas as quickly as possible. And then we'll do another one. I mean, maybe this is the right color. I don't think it's quite exactly right. But, you know, you could also decide, yeah, you know what? I kind of like that blue as it is. That cold blue kind of turned out kind of cool, so I'm just going to go with it. The reason why I just used my finger to swipe out there, because there was some texture building up, and I generally prefer not to have texture like that. I mean, not that I dislike texture. I mean, I've made a few paintings in this series that are very textured. It's just that sometimes, especially if we're doing something like this that requires a little bit of more precision, a little bit of that texture can be kind of frustrating later on. So I'll just put these images side by side so you can see, like, obviously this blue is very different than the original. I could just mix the blue, the dark blue that I do want, eventually, it's not dark blue, but it's just sort of, you know, in order to make it look like the image we see on the left there, putting this white is going to help make it look really nice and vibrant. If I paint that a blue just on top of this yellow, it's going to go much darker. It's going to lose some of its intensity, and I would bet that you might not be super happy with it. You might kind of feel like, it's a little drab, almost a little bit brown, because putting that brown or like brown green And you don't also have to be that perfect. I'm being pretty careful here, but you don't really have to. I really, in fact, probably would be better suited to paint a little bit over top of the lines, as opposed to kind of painting right up to these lines. That way I can, when I paint with the red over top, I can be ensured that it's totally seamless, like airtight, watertight. There's no gaps in between these colors. And then we got the blue here, right? So, you know, I was thinking maybe of just going direct, like, if I didn't paint the yellow here, I could try painting the blue, mixing the blue that I want and painting it directly onto that white canvas. The thing is that I'd probably have to put a little bit, do a second coat anyway. And so if I'm going to have to do a second coat of this color, then why not have a little bit of this paint kind of grounding everything anyway. That's just my philosophy about painting. So let's take some of this yellow now. I'm going to make the green, and again I'm putting some white in there. That's just going to help me get ultimately just a glowing green. All right, so it's a little bit on the pastel side. And you know, right now I'm thinking to myself, should I do the red letters next? Or should I wait until I've got the green and the blue finished off? And I could see painting like the red letters, which I'm going to paint pink. I could see that working. The thing is I think then I'm sort of painting. Unless I do it perfectly both times, I might actually end up. It might end up taking me a little bit longer, and I'm all about trying to make these paintings as quickly as possible. Right, everyone's busy, especially around the holiday time. So right now, you know, the letters and everything, they look really nice and clean. It's also possible that by the end, they're going to be a little bit fudgy. You know, the way I'm painting here. You know, this might get a little bit, might lose some of the crispness of them by the end. And I know for some people that's like endlessly upsetting and frustrating, and you want it to be absolutely perfect. Well, if you want it to be absolutely perfect, you can try using tape. And I'm going to demonstrate that towards the very end of this episode. That's going to take me a while to do. That's going to be like a good hour and a half or more, even though I've already prepped that canvas, because I've got to tape it, and I'm going to cut the tape out to shape it into these letter forms, and then I'm going to have to paint over top. So there's no way to do any painting perfect quickly. You can do lots of paintings quickly and they'll look very sloppy, but they might be satisfying just to kind of get done quickly. What is that? There's those three things. You can have its quality, price, and is it speed? And you can never have all three of them simultaneously. You can get something done quickly, of high quality, but it's going to cost you a lot of money, because you're going to have to hire the best of the best to do it. You can get something done cheaply, and get it done really, really well, but it's not going to happen fast. And you can get something done, what's quality, cost, speed. You can get, yeah, you know what I'm saying. And there's one other way of talking about it. I can't remember how the other one goes. Okay. So I'm going to blow dry this, and then let's mix the colors we actually want in these locations. And yeah, we'll do that. I was just at the moment just thinking, should I paint the yellow now? And I'll do that afterwards. That way I can get a really nice, clean yellow there. So I'll just, just thinking that there's little mice running around a little wheel inside my head there. So I'm just going to mute this for... Okay, so now if we want to get this, I mean, look how intense these colors are. They're super saturated. So I think this, using the color we put down there, is really going to help. Now, as I said, I'm pretty sure we've got some cool blue, most like 80% cool blue, and a little bit of warm blue in this color. That looks pretty close. That's pretty close. So I'm just going to mix a little bit more of it, so that way I don't have to worry about mixing it and trying to match that color later on. That way we've got a nice mixture here. We won't need too much of it, but I'd much rather have a little bit extra, and if I need to do a second coat or a touch up here and there, or even, let's say, you know, I drop a paintbrush in the middle of the canvas at some point, then I've got a little bit extra here. Not a ton, but that should be plenty of extra paint. Okay, so let's go in and paint this. Ooh, yeah, nice color. Now it's a little bit transparent, so it's potentially quite possible that I might have to do a second coat of this paint. Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to do a second one, which is a bit of a you know, a little bit of a pain. It's always nice to be able to just do it once, set it and forget it, as the famous Ron Popeil used to say. Again, you want quality, you gotta be patient. Or you've got to be ready to open up the wallet. So the other thing too, as I do this, I just want to try to have fairly even coats of paint so that the next layer will go on nice and evenly, and I won't have too much areas that are much darker or lighter than others, because you can see it looks a little bit patchy at the moment. So I'm not too concerned again about going outside of these lines. If anything, it's maybe even almost a good idea to get a little bit out of the lines. As long as you can see where the lines are. Definitely gonna need at least another coat. Two coats of this particular color should do it, and that way we get a really nice result at the very end. And I should say, you know, Robert Indiana, you know, he used silkscreen a lot to create his work, and silkscreens are going to get you a much more clean look, right? Silkscreening is, you know, how at least traditionally, you know, t-shirts and packaging and things were created until before digital printing. And there's still digital printing that incorporates printmaking in there. Yeah, so let's just let that sit there. Let's do the green now. So the green is going to be similar. It's going to have this cold blue and yellow in here. So I'm going to take my cold blue and cold yellow. And so to get a really bright, lime green color. That's pretty close. I'm feeling this will be much more opaque. The cool yellow tends to be kind of opaque, so we'll see. There's certainly no, it won't hurt to do multiple layers of color. The color's just going to get more intense, more saturated, more the surface is going to look just so much nicer coat to coat. It's also going to get more smoother, or potentially, depending on how you apply it, but generally, as the weave of the canvas gets filled in with paint, it's going to get smoother looking. Having said that, again, if you paint quite thick and rough, you might find that you actually get progressively more texture as it accumulates in there. That's why I try to keep the texture down a little bit as I'm painting it. I think I must have had a little bit of white, just a tiny bit on my brush. So again, this is not quite as saturated of a green as I would have liked, but that's okay. It looks, I can see where it could benefit from another coat, so we'll do another coat of the blue. We'll wait for this to dry, and then we'll do another layer of green. But not all of Robert Indiana's paintings have such a kind of clean finish, right? Obviously his prints do, because that's just the nature of printmaking. Well, that's going to upset some printmakers. There's definitely some prints and some printmakers who are famous for having very kind of textured prints, which sounds a little bit counterintuitive, but you can print texture and have multiples that all have texture in it. It's less common, but there's certainly artists who've done that. Okay. So we'll just let that sit. Let's come back to the blue. Donna says, my youngest granddaughter was screaming and her arms were out, reaching for mama in her second, or when she was 2 years old, and her picture with Santa. It was pretty funny. Same with our daughter. There's a really funny, was it her first year, sitting on her knees, looking at Santa, like, because that time you could actually sit on Santa's lap. It's like the classic terrified baby with Santa photo. I should have had that all queued up. I do plan on doing I'd like to do a video maybe tomorrow or Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. I don't know. We'll see. My wife's probably listening upstairs. You are? Oh, thanks for telling me. So let's blow dry this. I'm gonna mix a little bit more of this color again. And hopefully this is the last bit of blue putting on. So that is gorgeous. That is beautiful. I love it. So it looks like this should be the final coat of blue going on here. Knock on wood. I don't want to speak too soon because you never know what could happen an hour from now, but at the moment this blue is going on, and it's like, how would you describe it? It's just, it just has a glow to it. So that's something. It's just I mean, I don't really know how you would be able to do this faster. I guess if you put big gobs of paint onto the surface of the canvas and painted really, really thick, you'd be able to kind of get this effect. But then, of course, you'd lose a lot of precision trying to paint really, really thick. Whereas doing many thin coats of paint, you know, it takes a little bit of extra time, obviously, but, you know, if you want to do a good job, you want it to look great. So going back to that paradigm of the quality, speed, and price, you know, when it comes to making art, it's speed, you know, I don't know, I mean, then what you're talking about is actually using an entirely different technique to get something done really fast at high quality. So then you're talking about doing something maybe with, I don't know, a very expressive paint style. And you might be able to pull it off and for it to look really cool. But it's also entirely possible that it ends up just taking you longer because you'd have to be experimenting with a different technique. That looks pretty good. There's a little bit, maybe let's just try putting a bit more paint in this area. Looks pretty good. It's obviously there's some reflections on camera that are showing up, but if we look at them side by side, even my color's now a little bit darker. I don't mind that. If I wanted to lighten up a little bit, what I would do is maybe just add a little bit less of the warm blue and make it cool blue dominant. Like, I mean, it already is maybe 80% cool blue, but if we want it to lighten up a little bit more on another subsequent layer, I would just add more cool blue into that mixture. Okay. Get another spam bot in the chat. They are working overtime these days. It's funny, I don't remember having any spam robots watching me up until just what, about a few weeks ago. I'm gonna take that as a compliment that I'm spam worthy. Maybe this whole time I wasn't even worth the time for the spam bots, and now I've reached a level of spam worthiness. So gotta always look for the positive on these things, right? Okay, so here's my cool yellow. I'm just gonna make it maybe a little bit less blue in there. You've got to accentuate the positive. Okay. Once again, ooh, yeah, now look at that. Really nice surface. So I added a little bit more yellow into this, so it's just a little bit lighter than the previous layer of green. But boy, that looks nice. And it's, you know, right, probably on camera, some of that doesn't show up as well as, you know, as maybe I'd like, but once it dries and some of those reflections die down, and you can see, you know, I can paint this layer pretty fast, so I'm trimming some of the corners and they're getting less and less sharp. When we come on top with the next layer with the red, or well, it'll be kind of more of a pink actually, that the subsequent layer, that's when we'll have to be a little bit more careful, because otherwise we'll be baking in some of the sloppiness from this layer. So that looks good. It's a slightly patchy in a few places. So again, I'm going to blow dry that and then just finish up even with a little bit on the blue. Then they'll be totally done. Knock, knock. And then with this layer, and then we'll go into the yellow, and then we'll finish off with the red. And then of course we'll finish up the session painting the other painting. Okay, I think I'm just going to go back in. I got green on this brush, so I'm just going to touch up areas of this that I think could use a little bit more green. And assuming this color is consistent with the previous layers, then I can just do little touch-ups. I don't have to worry about going edge to edge. And again, I want to just stress, you know, I'm doing a bunch of layers. You don't need to do all this. We could be finished this painting in, you know, maybe 45 minutes. We could have moved on to the red and the yellow right after our first layer, depending on what kinds of colors you want to use. And there would be absolutely nothing wrong with that. If you found the colors you wanted, if you wanted a little bit more of a painterly kind of approach, which is absolutely fine, then you could certainly have gone in that direction. Okay, got that green in. Last bit of blue here. There was a couple of little patchy areas here. You know, the reason why the color gets so much more intense and unified is it's like the difference between looking in a puddle and looking at the, you know, standing on a boat looking down into the depths of the ocean, right? And if you're looking down at the depths of the ocean, you have kilometer after kilometer, mile after mile after mile of water underneath water, and the color is just going to be really, it's just really opaque. Versus if you're looking at a puddle, you're going to see maybe a little bit of the blue, which is really the reflection of the sky, on the surface, and then there's going to be other colors beneath that. The rocks and little clams and crabs scurrying around underneath. Okay, that's great. Let's I'm gonna blow dry that really quickly. Once that loads up, that means I gotta take a tea break. There we go. Okay, cool. So we've got just a gorgeous set of colors here. Now we're going to mix in our reds, or I don't know. I was the whole time I've been debating, should I do the yellow or the red first? Maybe I will do the yellow, but then that'll be so... I think it's... What's the difference? I guess I should be articulating what I'm thinking. Okay, so if I paint the yellow first, what's going to happen... If I can get these areas on the top and the bottom where the yellow is going to go. If I can get them on there, then I'll have a really nice that solved. And then I paint the red over top. That means there could be a little bit of sloppiness happening in these areas. Now I can paint the yellow back over, but then I might have fixed areas and finished areas. Now, if I do the red first, and I get all the red, and I can be as sloppy as I want up here, and then I can paint the yellow over top. I could even use tape to get a super clean finish on the yellow at the end. So let's do the red then. That way. Again, it's one of those things where there is a pro and a con to both methods. So you're just sort of thinking to yourself, what's the best way, I suppose? The fastest way, the way that if I do make a mistake where I can clean it up and in a way that will be almost unnoticeable. Okay, so I'm going to paint this pink over everything here. So maybe let's zoom in for the first time, because you can see now we can paint over top of the blue. Isn't that satisfying? Painting kind of like straight lines. The way I do that is I just get enough paint on it, and then sometimes you just have to kind of do a few passes. Now, I could try painting this directly with my warm red, but the color that I would get would be very dark. And really, once it gets dark, you can't really lighten it up so much. You can try, like, you could put a lot of layers on, but you might just find that there's just always going to be a level of transparency there. Now, already, you know, with this area here, I'm pretty sure, yeah, if we look at the original, you see how these areas are this area here is the same thickness, whereas on mine, that's thicker and that's thinner. So widen that a little bit. Again, I'm going to paint yellow here, so if I paint over, that's okay. Let's do the same thing down here. Now, technically, this line continues all the way through here, so I want to be careful about going too wild with that line. And once again, we see this same sort of thing. Oh, come on. Right, this is maybe a little bit lower, but you can see on mine I've quite changed. That's changed quite a lot as I've just gotten more and more sloppy with my painting. So I'm gonna also widen that. You don't have to do this or anything that I'm doing. I'm just showing you kind of my thoughts as I work through the painting. What's nice is by the end, you know, if I make, because I'm going to paint warm red over top of all of this later, right? And if there are a little bit of places where paint shows, it's going to be a little bit of pink popping out in between those colors. And that's okay. I'd much rather have pink kind of popping out than white of the bare canvas underneath all of that. Worst comes to worst, I'd much rather have yellow of this yellow coming through than anything else, right? Rather than white. I just find that white is just immediately distracting, and to me it always just looks a little bit sloppy, and so anything I can do to avoid having, unless I'm doing it deliberately. If I'm doing it deliberately, then by all means, go for it. Or even if I do it, you know, you could do it by accident And if you like the way it looks, then that's great. Keep it. I just think if you do it by accident and you don't like the way it looks, then you want to try to find some solution to get it closer to the way you do want it to look. And you can see there's two different pinks. I mixed a different pink. It's slightly different than the one I was using earlier. You can kind of blend it out, but we're going to be painting warm red over top of all of this. Is it possible that there could be a slight noticeable change? Possibly. But I might have to do 2 coats of red here as well. So at the end of the day, that will be really, really subtle, if there is any sign of it at all at the end. And you know, if I was, let's say, working, if this was my paintings and I was doing a bunch of them for an exhibition, what I would do is begin a painting the same way. I would do a number of tests just like this, testing out my materials and different processes. I would use small canvases until I kind of figured out the technique that worked best. And then I would probably have, you know, depending on how many you're planning on making, you could even hire people to help you execute them. But you would want to kind of, I mean, I guess you could hire somebody and they could do a lot of the testing for you. But I would probably test it out myself, get it to a place where I'm really satisfied with the results, and then train someone how to do it exactly the way I want it to do it. Want it done. So it's not perfect there. We're also zoomed in really close, I think, and I could get this perfect right now, and then when I paint my red later on, my bright warm red, I might flub it and it looks less perfect at that stage. So you never really know. You do your best and then you move on. There's bigger things to worry about in life than how straight a line is in a painting, right? Especially if it's just a painting in a class, right? Maybe if it's your whole career is based upon the fact of painting straight lines, well then I guess you've painted yourself into a bit of a bind there, literally into a, well, not literally into a corner, but kind of, because that's what people expect of you. Okay, I'm just going to turn the canvas. I'm surprised my big head's not in the frame. Or maybe it is, and every time I look up, it goes out of frame. See, this is why it's kind of painting a little bit over top of the lines is helpful. Because then I can just paint my pink right over top of the green. And I don't have to worry about the yellow showing through. So there's a little bit of yellow coming through. I think I'm going to paint that line I'm just going to move it a bit north here shortly. So again, you can see this side here is wider than this side, so it's almost like my paintbrush a little bit wider. And you can see that there's a little bit of texture from the green that's still there. That's why I try to avoid having that texture, because now it's a little bit irksome to me, but so same sort of thing. If this is that, I'm going to widen and I want these to be the same. Just gonna mix more of this here. That's why having white in here is essential, right? Without any of this white, especially if I'm trying to paint over other colors, it's just asking for frustration, because I'm not going to be able to cover up those other colors very well. Okay, so let's do the O. I'm going to get a bit more white on my palette here. Okay, so I'm going to start with the center part. Gonna do that again here. Starting to go a lot over that blue. Just leave it. If I need to fix it, we'll do that. I just want to get the paint on here for the most part, and then we'll shape this, because this the O is quite wildly out of shape right now. I painted kind of pretty sloppily around all of the sides. Because it's going to come right up to the top of that E. So you could see how kind of wide, how far into the O shape I painted when I was doing the green, right? Always just checking to see if I got paint all over my wrist or sleeve. Widening and widening, and just got to be careful not to go too far. I mean, worst comes to worst, I can always just paint the green back. But if I can avoid having to do that, then that would be a bonus, right? One thing I like is that this O kind of comes just very, like a very smidgen of it comes right up over top of the yellow on the top of the love part of the painting. If we just see here, oh, so I actually did a little bit of photoshopping and just cleaned up this image because it was very small. But you could see where it should come up just a little bit further there. So I'm just widening or raising the top of these letters a bit. And let's just clean this up in here. Let's shape the inside of the O. Keep getting my hand in the E on the bottom there. Now I have painted a little bit far into I could wipe it away. Just trying to balance it. That means this is all kind of dangerous, because once you start shaping one corner of a oval like that, then all of them need to be shaped, unless you want it to be a little bit asymmetrical, which is also fine. But if you want it to be symmetrical, see, I like that a little more than I like the one down here. But to keep it consistent, I think I need to make okay, so let's zoom out and see if we can see how that looks. I mean, I'm kind of I almost want to take the blue and paint a little bit more blue there and widen it, and that's a last resort. It does really bow out there, doesn't it? How can I fix that? I mean, that's pretty good. I think this needs to be... not bad. Okay. Wally says, Michael, you're killing me. I'm on the edge of my seat. Yeah. This is drama for artists. This is like the most intense murder thriller television programming. Like, any moment it could slip out of symmetry. Oh, we're so close to total, complete disaster. Meanwhile, other people tuning in are like, wow, that is really exciting, Michael. That's, like, fascinating. Okay. So I'm just going to quickly blow dry this, and then let's try putting some red over top of it, and then the yellow, and then this painting, as this one, will be close to being done. So I blow dried it, and a few places it got a little bit lighter. Some of the blue started to kind of come through a little bit. I'm just getting that little bit too light pink. Let's just make sure it doesn't get too off here. So as time-consuming as this kind of thing can be, doing these little touch-ups, got a bit of pink on that green there. Ultimately, I'm doing all of this to actually save myself time later on. So while it seems like a lot of fussing, if we do this right, then the next layer goes on ideally in one layer. I mean, we did see I had to kind of fumble for a while, and but knock on wood, I hope that's good enough. Okay, so I'm just going to blow dry that again real quick. The pink isn't bad. Yeah, Lolly says the pink is kind of cute. It is, you know, I could see some people really liking the painting in this current state. It's just up to you as an artist. You're like, I mean, you could have used purple and orange. I mean, there's many different versions of this painting that Robert Indiana did himself, and then of course people have been knocking off this painting for decades as t-shirts and stuff all over. If you've, you know, the I Love New York is not too dissimilar. I'm not, I think that's Milton Glaser, the graphic designer, and I'd be curious to know what came first. I Love New York, I'm pretty sure, was done as a commission by the Tourism Bureau of New York City, and I think that actually was not. I think they were disappointed with the results. Although, as we know now, it's become incredibly iconic. And isn't that the way a lot of things go? Something starts out and it's ridiculed, and then time passes and then people are like, wow, that was amazing. An example might be the Anaheim Ducks hockey team, the Mighty Ducks. I remember when they first came out, people were horrified. I mean, little kids loved it. I'm sure it sold lots of jerseys. It was a hockey team that joined the Pro Hockey League here in North America, the NHL. I think in the early 1990s, 92 or something, 94, 96, somewhere around there. And the traditionalists were just horrified, and by that time I was I was a teenager, and I probably considered myself to be a bit of a purist by that point, and I was horrified. It was like, oh my goodness, they're gonna adopt this cartoon character for on a professional sports team. What are they thinking? And then at some point they moved away from it to make themselves they kind of rebranded, and they dropped the Mighty Ducks name and just became the Anaheim Ducks to try to get a little bit more of a I guess they wanted it to look just a little bit more professional. And yet, I guess that's the way with all nostalgia, we now look at it and be like, wow, that actually looked really kind of cool, that first Disney version of it with the... I think it's nostalgia, even if people, as time passes, it just becomes part of the landscape. And even if people like myself weren't happy with it when it was originally created, we start to kind of feel like it's a part of our lives and childhood. Okay, so one of the things, I'm going on a tangent. See, I'm painting this red over top of the green, and you can see that it almost creates a dark line. Now, I don't really like that too much. But it's very hard to just paint without going on to those greens. I can't really see it on the blue because the blue is darker, so if I paint red on top of the blue, well, the red just gets absorbed by the blue. But the green is a little bit lighter, so when the red goes over top, the red actually seems to kind of react and turn into a dark brown. Now, again, there's nothing inherently bad or wrong about that. And I can't remember what painting. I did a painting once where I built that into the process. I was like, okay, I know my red is going to react to that green. You see how that kind of just going a little bit over creates that line? I mean, when this is all done, it's going to look great. It's just, especially, you know, when we're looking at it right up close like this, all of the warts are visible for all to see, right? And when you're looking at yours, you might see all the warts in your painting. But as I say all the time, very, very few people will ever look that closely at your painting, ever. No matter how famous you become, no matter how many people see it, how many umbrellas and t-shirts that painting goes on, most people will never look at your painting as closely as you are when you're making it. And I think it's just really important to keep that in mind, because, you know, as artists, we obsess over every detail endlessly. And you really have to it's like how important is it really? Now, I do think, you know, it is important for artists to be concerned about things that maybe other people aren't concerned about when it comes to their own artwork. And, you know, it's your responsibility to care more about it than anyone else does. I mean, in fact, if there's other people who care more about your paintings and the way they're done, and especially from a technical point of view, the quality of their execution, if there's people out there who are more concerned about it than you, I would say that's probably a bad thing. I mean, I guess someone could argue that that's a good thing, but, you know, it's the same sort of thing like with, I don't know, like with the quality of your food or the safety of your car, right? If you're buying a car from a company who doesn't really prioritize your safety very well, then that's concerning, right? If you're more concerned about the sanitary conditions of the restaurant than the owners, that's probably concerning. That's why you hear, like, food critics or the health inspectors, they just go right to the bathroom. And if the bathroom's a disaster, that's usually a pretty good sign that they're not concerned about the cleanliness in other parts of the restaurant. So it is important that, you know, it's a sign of a professional when you're concerned about the quality and the quality more than anybody else's in your work. That's a good thing. Having said that, there's some people that become obsessed about it, especially when they're beginners. It's like, sure, yeah, absolutely. If your art is now in galleries and it's selling for millions of dollars, then you really should be the one who's absolutely, you know, focused on making sure that it's done well and it's leaving the studio at its highest possible level of quality. Absolutely. But if you're a beginner and you are obsessing about perfection on a painting, like even just today's painting, that tells me that you're probably doing yourself a major disservice, and you're not spending your time effectively. Right? That you're not getting the point of the lesson. Right? Like, I mean, some of this is kind of a little bit sloppy as far as I'm concerned. Could I do a better job of it? Absolutely. What difference would it ultimately make, though? Like, who am I making this painting for? I'm making it for my friends here on the web. But and I'm not planning on selling any of this work. I'm not planning on making this my career, painting Robert Indiana's paintings. So yeah, it's like, we'll do our best, and when we zoom out, you won't be able to see any of these differences. It's definitely amplified, I think, also because of the camera. You know, I think I mentioned the other day I was teaching a drawing class, and there was a young woman who was so unhappy with the drawings that she was making that she got up and left in tears, which was really upsetting for me, because it really felt like I must have explained something incorrectly. Now, maybe there was other things going on in her life, and this was just sort of the straw that broke the camel's back kind of thing. But you know, like, she was just not happy, was really struggling to draw this portrait in this lesson that I was teaching, and but for me, it's like, that would be, you know, if you were, again, if this was, you've been painting and drawing for 40 years, and you're struggling to get a likeness, you're painting a portrait of the Queen, the portrait's got to be done by Wednesday at noon, and it's Monday night, and it's not turning out, okay, tears are justified, right? Your whole career is hinging on this moment, and, you know, like, there's a big ceremony, all of the heads of state of the Commonwealth are gathering for the unveiling. Okay, that's a reason to be stressed out, and to be obsessed about making it as good as you possibly can. If this is one of your first art classes, and it's not turning out the way you want, what are you gonna do? Right? You do. So unfortunately, that person never came back to the class, and I was trying to encourage her, but I'm trying to say some of the things I'm saying now, but sometimes people just aren't ready to listen, right? What's unfortunate is that person probably has decided that they're not capable of making art. That they'll go and say, yeah, I tried drawing once. Not for me, just can't do it. To which I just like, it's like, when I hear that, I just hear somebody saying, yeah, I tried reading, And I struggled, and you know what? I just decided, yeah, I just can't read. No point. Because I think knowing how to draw is as important as knowing how to read or write. So the other thing too is now that we start getting all of these kind of a little bit darker lines around the edges, I mean, the potential is, what you can do is to go around and literally paint deliberately a little bit on top of the green to get a bit of a darker line. You know, that can take a little bit longer to do. Or, I mean, it will take longer to do. And it then starts introducing the possibility that, like, well, you know, if you do it, if it doesn't quite turn out, then you got to keep on going over top of those lines, and they start getting wider and wider. Ooh, and then before you know it, it's like, it's not turning out the way you want. Okay. So that looks pretty good. It still looks a little bit sloppy. On camera, this looks like very nice, totally solid reds. Not quite there on my side. It looks still a little, just like the reds or the blues and the greens also looked a little bit a little bit patchy before we did a second coat on there. So I think I will clean that up, and I'll add another layer of red, but let's just let that dry. And while that's drying, let's start working on the bottom on the yellow. In fact, I'm going to wash this brush a little bit more. Oh my goodness, Donna, I'm so bummed that it's taken you so long to recover from that injury. It's so long since you've been able to paint. And all good things will eventually come, and you'll be back on the saddle again, but it's got to be very frustrating, I'm sure. Waiting for your body to recover. Okay, so I'm just adding a little bit of white in some areas that were had definite area, like, that need to be kind of fixed. And same sort of thing, I'm just going to come right into these areas. Now I could, do I want to use tape for this? I think I used tape for the other one, so I'm just going to hand paint this whole painting from beginning to end. I think, although it would be got some white on that blue. It would go much faster to tape that, wouldn't it? Maybe I I did say I was going to tape. Let's paint it with white and yellow. I'm going to hand paint it. As nice as it would be to have perfect, the rest of the painting's not perfect, so why should I expect this to be perfect? So I'm taking my white and yellow. And since there's paint that's down there that's all wet, let's just... So, the reason I'm painting all of this, I could just go right to the yellow and paint over here, but since there are some areas that have pure white, it could be a little bit patchy. So this is just going to help create that nice unified surface. Okay. Let's do a little bit more. I'm going to zoom in because you can see it's not going to be perfect. None of this painting is going to be perfect. But this edge is not going to be totally clean. It's going to be a little bit jagged. There are people who have mastered this, you know, creating really nice, solid, straight lines with paint, and hand painting this. Like, sign painters are amazing at this, and actually the technique is to go quite quickly. You know, the slower you go, the more likely the blood pumping through your hands is going to create this little bit of, you know, these bumpy areas. So technically, to get really good at it, you want to be painting kind of quickly. Big texture blob down there. So if there's that bit of texture, I'm just going to try to, just like I'm filling a hole in on the wall or something, trying to build up paint around it so it's not just sticking up totally on its own. I mean, I could, if I really wanted, I could use razor blade. I could kind of peel part of it off and or sand it, blah, blah, blah. I'm just going to do this. I'm going to blow dry it. Now, that blue has gone much darker than I was hoping. You know, what are you going to do? What are you going to do, right? Okay. So, you know, now, especially once I'm a little bit further zoomed out, I can see things a little bit more clearly. So, I can see that down here, this is a little bit uneven. So let's just see if I can... Looks a little bit better. I see some green areas that need a bit of touch up, so let's take some of this green and that was kind of cool. The camera having a little difficulty focusing on these super contrasting colors. So this is why having a little bit of that extra color left over is great. Actually, it looks like I can do a little bit of touching up over top of my red. Huh. We'll see how that lasts. I wonder how, as this dries, I expect it to get a bit more, oops, transparent. not so pretty up close, but rarely are paintings pretty up close. Let's use our Donna says, well, Michael, I'm getting frustrated with not being able to do most things, but I'm lucky to be alive and I can still walk and use my arms. Did I just read that out? I feel like I read it earlier, but I don't know if I read it out. And Molly says, yes, Donna, we don't realize how much we take for granted. Simple things like being able to paint and move around. You've been very brave and very patient. I'm not surprised you're frustrated, but not long now. You'll be back to your normal self in no time. Great attitude. I love it. Yes. I'm going to do a little bit more, just a bit more with my red on top of here. Now, it's not going to show up on camera because it's very, very red already. But in person, there's a little bit of patchiness that is not desirable to me. So mostly it shows up in the middle areas, not so much along the edges. So I can kind of, take a bigger brush and be a little bit bolder with my brush strokes. The one thing I want to avoid is having, sometimes when you're using a bigger brush, you can get a little bit careless when you do this kind of thing, and that's where the accidents happen, where you actually go, wow, no. So just be careful that you can be looser. But like they say, most accidents happen close to home, right? So as we're getting close to the finish line here, the other thing is, this blue feels really intense and dark. It's definitely much darker, or not, it's like maybe 10% darker than the original. I probably put a little bit too much warm blue when I mixed it in with the cold blue there. So, I could paint blue back in here, put a little bit more cold blue into a subsequent mixture, and I could be here for another hour painting on this current canvas, and it could get a little bit better. But the other thing is, we're about to put this cool yellow into these areas, and that's into the top and bottom of the painting, and we haven't seen the painting, and it's like with all of the colors that are going to be there in place yet. And before I go and start, if I was feeling like, yeah, I think I'm gonna have to fix that, what I would say to somebody thinking about doing it is like, get that yellow in first. Because you might get that yellow in first and go, oh, actually, the blue looks perfect now. It actually balances that really dark purple with that bright yellow. Wow, I didn't think that was going to happen, but I'm so glad I waited. Because you might paint this, lighten up that blue, and then feel like, and then you paint the yellow and go, whoa, that yellow is really bright. I wish I had something that was really contrasting that intense bright yellow. Oh, but I just painted the blue I lightened up the blue because I thought it was too dark. Well, it's too dark compared to this warm, or you know, the cool yellow that's been tinted with the white, for sure. But will it be too dark when we put the proper yellow in its place in about 5 minutes? We won't know until the paint is there. When it comes to painting, all color is relative, right? What appears to be a dark color now might seem like a really light color later on. That's why I just say, just wait. Just don't do all of your correcting until the end. Like whenever I often, when I'm teaching classes in person, some people are just constantly using erasers or constantly painting things out, and it's just like, why? How do you know that what you just did there was a mistake? I don't know it's a mistake. The painting we're still beginning. Like you notice that, like, almost I barely ever spend any time fixing anything until towards the very end of the painting. Because what's the point? There's just I have no idea if it needs to actually be fixed or if it's perfect in its current state yet. So like even just doing this red right here, I'm thinking, Michael, this is a bit of busy work because we don't know if, you know, I'm probably going to have to do a bit of cleaning up here anyway. So, speaking of which, let's just stop this and put that yellow in, and we'll see. Paula says, be careful putting up your Christmas lights on the Christmas trees. My cousin fell down from the tree and broke 2 bones 4 weeks ago. Be careful, folks. Have a safe holiday. Yikes! That is scary, Paula. Oh my goodness. Yeah, you gotta be careful. Okay, so actually let's just blow dry this. That way, if there's any red up here, it's not gonna mix into my color. Okay. So, now last detail, hopefully, is this cool yellow. So, I'm going to use a little bit of a bigger brush. This cool yellow right out of the tube. I just accidentally got a bit of white in this color, so we'll see if that affects things. I'll go down to a smaller brush. So this is this area right here above the T, or T. It looks like a T when it's upside down, the L. Remember I was just saying it's like, what's the point of fiddling here, because I might need to go back over it with the red to clean it up. Man, those colors, looking at them when you're painting them, because they're all these intense primaries, really vibrate. It's a little bit, on the eyes, it's quite wild. Okay, so let's look at this. Oh, that's kind of zoomed out a little further. Yeah, I guess that blue turned out to be much darker than I had hoped. Take a bit of the green. Seemed a little thin there. Now it's entirely possible that this is actually fine. It's just that it looks lighter where the green meets the red. And it's entirely possible that it's just an optical illusion, that those two colors, because they're so contrasting, are creating these odd optical effects that that I could spend hours trying to quote unquote fix. That are just impossible to fix because it's confusing my eyes. So that I'm happy with. I think I'll be happier later on as I look at it. You know, it's interesting. This all of the colors look a little bit different on different screens. I've got 3 different screens with, and I notice like on my iPad where I'm doing all the switching, this blue, it actually looks like almost the exact same blue. I've got a television screen in front of me though, and the blue, this blue on mine looks much darker. So, you know, that's trying to match colors when you're looking on screens is very difficult because the screens are back illuminated, right? Whereas this, it's reflected light, right? So it's apples and oranges almost, right? So you can only do so much, and then you just gotta walk away. So I'm gonna leave this here. So in 2.5 hours, we got that done. And I just want to show these side by side, maybe at this state, because you'll see I'm going to play a video showing how I got this other painting to its current state, and then I'll continue working on it, and then you can kind of see oops. I could spend hours just arranging paintings like this. Okay, so this one entirely hand painted. This one's going to be entirely taped. So instead of me explaining how they were done, let's just let's play the video. It'll take me a second here to find it. And there's, yeah, so let's see how this works. So I'm going to talk over top of this while it's playing here. So I'm going to show you how, here's the painting we were working on for the past little while. That's what it looked like before I put any paint on it. And then I'm just going to move all these other tools out of the way that I'm going to use to create this other painting. So you're seeing it in its total raw form here. You can also see I'm using a different new brand of canvas boards, and they're brand new, so I haven't tried them out to see how well they work yet. So we'll see, and then if they work, then I'll put a link in the description. You can buy them. So I'm gonna tape it, line it up, put the tracing paper underneath. I used a red pencil to do these outlines, which isn't that bright considering. I can't see what marks have been done and what marks haven't been done yet, so right, I go, oh, I missed the other side of the O there because I had no idea if there was a line there or not. Do the lines. Ta-da! Okay, let's peel that off. And let's keep on moving forward here. I just completed it, drawed a few lines in here, just cleaning up the line work. Extending these lines. Now, in retrospect, what I should probably have done is just painted this red. So you see I'm painting the whole canvas warm red right off the top, and I put 2 coats of this red paint on here. So now there's 2 coats. I think I blow dry it. That might still be the first coat. Here's the second coat going on there. Right now, you can barely see the outline there. It's still there. Now I'm going to use some tape. In retrospect, I would have just painted it red without putting any outlines on and just done the outlines after I put tape on. But that's, again, we can spend... Actually, you know what? I should just go back here because I didn't explain what's happening here. Okay, so you can see I put tape down and it's covering the line, right? So here's the L comes right up top there, O comes right there, bottom of the E is right down here. So I put that tape, and then now I'm brushing on matte medium. So matte medium is clear paint. There's no pigment in it, but it's the same thing that's in the paint, just doesn't have any color in it. And I'm brushing away from the tape. I don't want that to go under the tape. That's also why I burnished it a little bit with my fingernail. Right, and then I'm just smoothing out. You can see again, I'm going away from the tape. The whole point is to try to build up a little bit of a barrier there to prevent other colors from getting underneath that tape. Okay, and then I'm also just taking an extra moment to kind of blend it out so that I don't have any ridges or texture there. Now here I'm using my hair dryer to go and just dry that off. And now I'm going to use some white. This is the same white that I always use. I'm just using from the jar. This is just extra paint from previous tubes that I squeezed together. And once again, I'm just going top down. There's no paint. I'm trying to avoid brushing into the tape, brushing away from the tape to keep paint from going underneath. Now the reason I'm painting this white is so that I'm going to paint yellow there, and if I painted the yellow right on top of that red, it would just be really, really dark. So I'm doing the same thing, again painting away from the tape, starting on the tape and going outward, and that's helping to build up a nice barrier. Right, and then hair dryer again. Okay, now here's where this painting differs a little bit from the one I just finished, is because for some reason I wasn't looking at the image and I assumed, oh, it's going to be warm red. So here I am just taking the warm red and painting that right over top of the tape, again trying as best as possible to paint away from the tape. Sometimes it's hard and you forget, but if you want a really nice sharp line, you got to paint away from the tape, starting on the tape and painting over so that the bristles are not pushing the tape underneath the paint. Now there's my matte medium layer and there's my white layer of paint. So ideally what should have happened now is I probably could paint in any direction, and there should be like a little barrier there that's going to prevent paint from getting underneath. But why tempt fate? Just if I paint away from the tape like this, then I'm pretty well protected from any paint getting under there. So let's do the same thing, same sort of idea. Blow dry it, and then I do another layer, I think. Oh no, so now I think at this point I realized, oh, I looked up at the paint and realized, oh, you know what, that's yellow paint, or cool yellow. So here I am painting the cool yellow over top of the warm yellow. And then I blow dry it, and then I put a second coat of cool yellow over top here to get a nice unified surface. I blow dry it, and then the moment that we all wait for, here's the peeling of the tape. And you get this beautiful clean edge. Look at that, it's like razor sharp. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Now that one turns out great, and then watch what I do here so that you don't do what I did. Look at this. Ah, you see that? I peeled it up towards the paint, and that pulled the paint off the surface. I was just getting a little bit too excited, and I painted I peeled that off. So now I did try to fix it. The thing is, what happened is there was so I just put a little bit of white paint there and then painted the cool yellow over top. But now this paint right here has white and then warm yellow and then 2 coats of cool yellow. This area is just white with a little bit of cool yellow. Now, to get it to be a little bit more perfect, what I would do is paint some cool yellow and then, paint warm yellow and then the cool yellow. I didn't do that. That's why we see a little bit of a difference here. Now, I could paint a little bit more cool yellow and try to fix it and make it perfect, but it's just, you know, lesson learned, right? Now, you look at this, it's pretty hard to see anything on screen, so you could just leave the painting like this. I could hand paint everything and get to pretty close to here, but I wanted to use tape. Now, the reason why I was saying this, I probably, in retrospect, should have put the outline first, and I should do it at this stage, is because what I wanted to do would be able to put the tape down and see the pencil lines through the tape, and then, but once I do that, I'm not going to be able to see these pencil lines through this tape because they're so faint, right? Because again, they're there, but they're almost invisible. So, what is my solution here? Well, there's several ways I could go about this. One is I could use my pencil lines and go over top of this to bring them back. The other thing that I can do is put the tape down and then transfer the image again onto the tape, which is, I think, is what I'm going to do. So what I want to do is I'm putting this, I want to get this sharp line to come right up to the existing line. So I'm going to take a second to make sure I try to do the best tape job in human history to get them all nice and lined up. And I noticed as I was trying to pull it across that it might have bowed a little bit, so okay. There. And I'll try to do is look at my big head. In fact, I'm going to turn it around because I think that way my head won't be in the picture. That's concerning. Somehow I got some tape from my fingers under here. Out of an abundance of caution, I'm just going to put some other tape under there. That way, that paint doesn't stick to the yellow, because then it defeats the purpose of putting that yellow there. And I'm just, might as well, let's just cover up that yellow. I don't want to burnish that too much. My fear is always that the paint is going to come off. I'm just going to see how I'm folding the tape to put underneath here. Folding the tape is going to make it a lot easier to take that tape off later on. I've learned this from years of experience, is that if this is folded, then when it comes later to peel that off, I don't have to sit there trying to find that edge. Again, I just think it's just the tape sticking to my fingers and peeling off paint, but you never know, it could be wet paint coming on there. Okay. So in an ideal world, these letters would line up perfectly to with the letters I have here. So I don't know if you could, let me see if I can zoom in on this so you can see what's happening. So I'm trying to make little marks for myself. This is, I used to be a carpenter, so I'm used to making little marks like this. Well, that one's pretty tough to see here. Okay. So, I'm going to cut this down. We'll see how well this works. This is me trying to fix a problem that I created for myself. Not bad. I think that will work. The reason why I'm doing this is because when I put the... My fear is if I don't do it properly, unless I could just... You know, probably the most sensible thing to do is just to literally paint this a bunch more times red to obliterate my pencil marks. So they're no longer there. I don't have to be concerned about them. The reason why I'm going to this extra length is so that if I see a little bit of these pencil marks and they come through, that it's not too distracting. Anyway, it's not going to be perfect, right? It's not going to be perfect, so let's just do this. Now, what's the smartest way to go about this? Sorry, I'm thinking about trying to do all this. Okay, I was thinking about putting the tape right up to here. My fear is tape with paint will go underneath there. Does it make... I think it makes more sense to do this. Again, we won't know until we're far into it whether the decisions I've made are smart decisions or bad decisions. Now, there is basically like sticker sheets that you can get to do this type of thing. that artists use. I don't have them because I rarely use this process for my own artwork. So, I'm just going to gently burnish this down. I've got all of these tabs here. Fold all those. I'm telling you, this is, it looks, you know, unseemly on this side, but later on when you want to get that tape off, this is like, you'll be like, oh, thank goodness I did that. That just makes my life so much easier. So basically the whole surface of the canvas is now covered. Okay. Oh my goodness, Michael. I've never done anything quite like this before. I've never quite had to fix a mistake in this. This has got to be upside down, isn't it? Yes, I'm like, what is going on? I'm losing my mind. Those lines aren't matching up. Okay. As I said, this is just a big make work project for myself. Okay. So let's use our carbon paper again. Paula asks, are there classes next week? Of course there's classes next week. I just haven't posted the thumbnails to YouTube, but oh yeah. I'm not going to miss a class. Once, you know, 2 years into doing a video every Tuesday and Thursday, there's probably going to be a video tomorrow. And there's probably going to be a video on Christmas Day. There's definitely going to be one on Boxing Day. So you won't be able to get rid of me just yet. I'm here, rain or shine. Partly because I remember what I've had to spend a few Christmases without family when I was a student, and I wasn't able, or right after I graduated from college, I wasn't allowed to leave the country while my working visa was being processed by the US government. So I remember being, I wasn't alone. I had some friends I got to spend Christmas with, but that was the first time I'd been by myself, without my parents on Christmas, and my sister. And, you know, it's and I know there's a lot of people out there who don't have family over the holidays, or maybe they have family but they're not in the same city anymore. People have moved away, and for many people, Christmas is actually a very sad time of year and lonely time of year, and so I want to be here and painting along with people, and whether people want to join or just pop in and say hello, I totally understand. I have no expectations of anybody tuning in or making art is how I relax, right? So I find all of this, you know, for me is a way of winding down, and while other people like doing other things over the holidays, this is how I like to spend my time. So yeah, I will be here. Okay. So as I said, if I was thinking ahead, I would have just done this right off the top. I wouldn't have done it and then painted the red like that was. But you know, it didn't occur to me until I had done it to go, and that's what happens, you know, when you're making art. Sometimes is you don't know until you got a little bit farther down. So I've got a bunch of knives here. You want something to be as sharp as possible. Now I have replacement blades for this thing here. I cannot find them. I know I've got like probably a pack of 50 somewhere in the house. So instead I'm going to use one of these, which is not quite as sharp. These box cutters, you know, are not as sharp as an X-Acto knife, but so I'm going to use one of these. Now, I haven't used this in a while. I have no idea how sharp or dull it is. It looks like it's a little bit dull. So what I want to do is I want to snap the tip off of this. So I'll show you the way to do this. What I do is you want to get it to, you know, maybe this is obvious to everybody, but maybe there's some people that have never seen this before. So I want to get it to, you can see, you know, there's little edges where it can snap, right? So you get to kind of right after, and then you just put it in between something. And it's important not only to save yourself from cutting your finger or whatever, but so that this thing doesn't go flying across the room, and then you're like, oh no, there's a razor blade somewhere in the carpet, and you've got a pet, a little dog that's going to go eat it. This way, here it is, right? And it's not lost. The other thing, rather than just throwing this razor blade into the garbage, is put a little bit of tape on here. I will also fold it a bunch of times so that it's about as secure as possible. I've seen people put cardboard and stuff. This is so that if, even, when I go to throw the garbage out, and let's say, I forgot that's not supposed to go in the garbage, that's in the recycling. I throw my hand into the garbage. I just put my hand, there's a razor blade there. This way, I'm not going to get my finger cut. Or let's say someone else is going through the garbage. Maybe it's a garbage woman, or maybe a homeless person is rummaging through the garbage. The last thing I want to do is cause anybody any sort of pain or injury. Again, I know that's probably super obvious for most people, but maybe not. So I don't want to assume that anybody knows anything here. Okay. Just before I start cutting here. Now, I made the decision to paint everything red, right? So I'm going to cut the shapes. I want to preserve this area. In fact, I'm just so that I remember what needs to stay and what needs to go. Anything to help me from making a boneheaded decision at some point where I go, oh. Now, actually probably doing this with a Sharpie is pushing my luck, because it's entirely possible in 20 minutes I pull off the red tape and the Sharpie has gone through the tape, and I go, oh. So we will see how stupid this decision was to use the Sharpie on there. I don't know even what I was thinking, but I should have just used my pencil for that. But okay. So I'm going to cut with my knife here, and obviously anytime you're using a knife you want to be careful. Where should I start here? Now, the goal is not to cut right down super hard. I just want to cut through the tape, right? So you don't want to be, you want to kind of use some caution when you're cutting here. Why am I going in this direction? Thought I wanted to go the other way. Yeah. I could just do all of this without the in fact, you know what, let's just do without the ruler. Oh, Marlo, no, I'm going to use the ruler. The reason why I'm going over a few times is that there's these areas where it's a little bit thicker, and I'm a little worried that that I won't cut right through some of those parts. my goal was to try to do all this before today's episode so that I could have it all ready. That obviously did not happen. So I know this is a long little detour here. So I'm feeling a little bit anxious time-wise, so I'm going kind of fast. Much faster than I would do this if this was my own artwork. Right? If this was my own artwork, I would probably spend literally all day. I would take a long time to do this, and I would do it very carefully, and I certainly would not be in a hurry. And I'd also add, using a knife when you're in a hurry is a bad idea. So just be careful whenever you're using any kind of cutting tool. Okay, I think I've done all that. I think the last thing to do is my O. And also, if I was, you know, I would probably want to really seriously think about going over these lines multiple times. And I would probably be changing my knife after maybe every 10... I'd be, you know, going to a new sharp blade every few minutes. to ensure that my cut is as clean as possible, and that it's going through all these layers. I'm also, because I'm in a bit of a hurry here trying to get the things done, because I can hear dinner happening upstairs, is that I want to be able to yeah, I don't know. I'm losing train of thought as I do this. So, okay, so next thing I want to do here, let's just start peeling some tape off. And I just want to, oh, I'm cutting kind of deep, and which is a little bit worrying, because if you cut too deep, you could go too far. So, again, I want to keep the areas that I've drawn this dark line on here, because that's the red. I'm going to paint blue and green on every other place. Right, so peeling this tape off. You see, if I peel off this way, it's peeling. This tape is on top of this tape, so it's going to peel nice and cleanly off. All right, nice clean edge there. Okay. Garbage. Right, that's going to look really nice. Let's do this down here. I mean, this is almost as satisfying as when you paint it and then you peel this tape off later, right? The one thing I'm already a little bit concerned about is I don't see any of my pencil lines from the original outline yet, which means that they're underneath this red, which means when I'm done, I'm probably going to see a little bit of those lines, which is a real drag. I was hoping that when I peeled off this tape, I would see all those pencil lines, and then I go, oh, okay, that's good, because I'm going to paint all over it, and those will just disappear. Not seeing any of that. So, worse things can happen, you know, first world problems, right? But, you know, when you're doing this and you want to get it right, you know, it's a bit of a drag. Had a second where I was like, oh, did I just peel off the wrong? No, it's okay. It's just... let's start here in the corner. Now there is any little see how annoying that is? It looks like I did 2 lines. Well, that's okay. I think I've corrected that problem, but we won't know until it's done. Oh, did I not cut this? Okay. I was like, why is that not coming up? It's not coming up because it's not cut. We'll see. It's not going to be perfect, this one. But, you know, even like this is a learning process. Like, even if this was me, if this was going to be for one of my artworks, I would do a few test versions like this, so to get my sea legs, you know, as they say, right? So you get you figure out, you know, the kinks. I'm going to do this one again here. I'm not happy with the way that turned out. I'm impressed so many people are still watching. And just as I was thinking about saying that, I was thinking, every time I say that, immediately a bunch of people stop watching. They're like, oh, huh, he's impressed people are watching. I will show him by exiting this video. Which just happened. People are like, yeah, why am I watching this guy do this menial labor here? One of the areas where we see most of the difficulty is where the tape is overlapping other tape. And yes, I could do it with the tape side, like putting pieces of tape side by side, but that also introduces a possibility that there'd be little gaps in between all that. And, you know, it's always a bit of a trade-off as to which one is which one works in which way. And Oh, so close to just starting to paint this. You get restless when you're doing this, and you're just like, I just want to see it. I want to see it so quickly. How much longer? So I totally understand if people are like, I'm just going to check back in an hour and see how this all turned out. Okay. So that, let's zoom back out so you can just see. I'm just going to take a little bit of tape. That tab wanted to come back up, so. Okay. Whew, took us a while to get there. Now we're there, so now we're going to use some matte medium, and we're going to use a brush, and I'm going to paint over all of the red. You could just paint over these edges, but in order to avoid any weird little bits of texture, I'm just going to brush this over the whole thing. And once again, I want to do my best to avoid painting. So I don't want to go like this, because that's going to push paint underneath here. In fact, before I even do that, let's just take our finger and just burnish along all of these lines. That's also, there's some tapes that claim to be, you don't even need to use any medium whatsoever. You can just, if you put the tape down properly, you can just start painting right away. I always err on the side of I expect it to go poorly, so I take every precaution possible. If I'm going to go to all this trouble, I want to be able to do it perfectly, and I want to be able to walk away and not have to think about it. I want to be able to have as much confidence as possible. I can already see, let's say even the O here is a little bit uneven. And while it might look fine right now, when I peel that tape off, it might look a little bit almost like a little bit blocky and rigid in certain places, which, you know, is not, worse things could happen in life, right? Okay, so let's take our matte medium, right? Again, that's the material. It's clear, it's paint without any color in it. It's clear. It's the same, exact same thing that's in each one of these tubes of paint. So the reason why you go to a matte medium to start is because it's clear, and if worst comes to worst, color does get underneath the tape, then it's going to be clear paint, and it's just going to create a little bit of a slight discoloration, not even a discoloration, slight change, like in sheen. It might be a little bit shiny, or in this case matte, because it's matte medium. That's another reason why I like using matte rather than glossy, because if it does show up, it's more likely to be unnoticeable. I mean, if you're painting with glossy paints all the time, then you'd probably want to use gloss medium for this, so that if it does leak under, then it's just going to be glossy like the rest of the paint. you know, it's pretty hard when you're doing a really complex image like this to avoid, to always go against the tape or away from the tape. And I'm going quickly because I think I just missed dinner, and now I'm trying to get at least finished in time for bath time for our daughter. So my favorite part of the day is reading to our daughter before she goes to bed. And I have missed that a few times during these episodes. And I'm sure our daughter could care less. But, you know, it's one of those things where when I do miss it, and then I come back upstairs and everything's put away and the house is all quiet, it's like, oh, I missed my favorite part of the day. I'm also doing as carefully as possible to try to avoid building up texture. I think I've mentioned that a few times. Matte medium seems to dry pretty quickly, so it's almost like it's hard to remember what areas I've painted and haven't. It doesn't hurt to do a little bit more. You do want to try to go relatively quickly, though, and to avoid having, like, I do notice that the longer the paint is drying, the more likely it is that the paint will peel when you take the tape off. Okay. I just realized the volume, my volume was off. My microphone was off this whole time. My apologies. I'm blow dry this and then I'll answer those questions. First, one thing I just realized is that there's probably likely going to be white halos around all of these edges. I just... okay. So the questions about... where's my other tube of blue paint? Am I losing my mind here or what? So this time I'm going to use a little bit of, just a small bit of warm blue. So the question was, if you're using tape to paint a wall, what would you use so the paint doesn't bleed? I would use matte medium. I would still use matte medium, and I'm sure it will work really well. A wall has far less texture than a canvas. Canvas has this tight weave, so there's more likely for paint to get underneath the tape. So just a little bit of warm blue, just to darken it down a little bit. Let's look at these side by side so I remember where to put the paint. Okay. It's definitely much lighter than the blue that I put down previously. Ran out of this paint here. It starts to look kind of confusing. It's like, is there actually a painting underneath there, or what's going on? Okay, so that's okay for right now. It needs another coat there, but I'll just wait for this to dry. While that's drying, let's work on the green. let's do this right here, I think. Right, so let's get the cool yellow on the brush and a little bit of cool blue. Let's look at these colors. Might not be the exact right color, but again, we're going to need a few coats of this, so just get something onto the canvas. Not super worried about making it perfect, at least at this stage. Okay, let's blow dry that. So let's do another coat of this cool blue. Put a bit of warm blue in here, not nearly as much. Oh yeah, nice. We'll see. As that dries, we'll see how what it ultimately turns out. My hope is that this will be the last blue, but it's possible that we might need another coat as this dries. We'll won't know for a few minutes here. Again, I'm going really fast. For this type of thing, you want to take your time. As I said earlier, if this was my own artwork, I would probably take the entire day, like 8 or 9 hours to do this whole thing, which sounds ridiculous. You know, I'd be taking some frequent breaks to make sure I'm doing it properly. So I got a bit of that blue into this green area up there. Do our green again. So I'm just thinking about, like, you know, here's the previous painting. You can see how much darker that blue is and much lighter this green is. So we'll see. Oh, that might be a little bit too light. Let's get just a bit more blue in there. The one really cool thing about using tape when you're painting like this is that you can really build up some cool textures, and you can see brush strokes that would otherwise sort of go right over top of other parts of the painting that are, because there's tape on there, they're protected, so you don't have to worry about, you know, doing a big long brush stroke and having that brush stroke stay continuous. Looks like I might have to do another layer of green here. So I'm just going to blow dry this. We'll put a little bit more green on, and I might need to do a little bit more blue too. Okay, let's get more yellow and green here. One thing is, if you use a lot of tape, it also introduces the very real possibility that the paint could get kind of, can tear if it gets too thick. So we'll see. You know, at this point, because I'm going so fast, if this painting turns out well without any problems, I will be super surprised. because I've gone so quickly here, I fully expect there to be some disappointing surprises. But you never know. That's why you paint the paintings. That's why they play the games, right? You never know until the final whistle, till the paint comes off. It's all a surprise. It's all a big mystery. Which is why some people love this technique and why some people hate it, because it's a surprise. And for people who love surprises, this is the ultimate surprise process. For people that hate surprises, using tape, at least initially until you master it, is just very stressful. Comment section slowed down dramatically. I suspect there's probably a bunch of people who are like, have me in the background, is muted, and they're just like, just interested to see how this whole thing turns out. And if it turns out well, then if I see some action happening, like the paint peeling off, that's when I'll tune back in. I understand. I totally understand. Okay, so let's take this cool blue, a little bit of warm blue. Let's start down here. I'm also applying this paint pretty thick, these last few layers, out of just speed. And that's likely to potentially cause paint to kind of build up in the corners and edges and not dry properly. So when I peel this paint off, I have to be very careful because there's likely to be wet paint at the tape edges. Okay. And I'm a little bit anxious that some of that tape is buried pretty far underneath, like, how many layers? 4 layers of tape, of paint. Ravi's listening. There's one of you. So one person's listening. That's awesome. Okay, so let's one final blast of air, and then the moment of truth. Okay, I think I've got everything in place here. Now, the next thing here is just to make sure my hands are as clean as possible. Ravi and Laurie are both saying, I'm anxiously waiting to see how it turns out. Okay, so just wanting to think about order of tape removal here. Probably makes sense to start from down here. So let's zoom in and give you all of the... Wait for that app to reboot for a second here. A little bit anxious. Yeah, okay, that area wants to peel up right in the V there. So let's... Okay. So just take your time, right? Like this is where I'm like, okay, yeah, we just gotta go slow. Okay, so we're strategic. Let's go up here. Try to keep my fingers out of the view. Might be a bit of tape stuck underneath there. Mostly clean, as I say. I think there's possibly... yeah, there's a bit of tape. on going. Again, there's this area right there that was kind of tearing. So you can see it's discolored because it wanted to peel up a little bit, which is disappointing, but not surprising. Bit of tearing happening there. Let's go down to the bottom down here. See that yellow being revealed? So it looks like there's some tape potentially still stuck underneath there. Before I tear off the yellow, look at that green tore there too. Look at all that blue tore. I wasn't even paying attention. That's what happens. Oops. Just gotta go straight down the middle or pull into it. Okay, and let's take the yellow off. Okay, so let's just take a look. So there is a number, you know where I said it was a bad idea to put that white there? As soon as after halfway finishing it, I was like, oh, what was I thinking? I should have, let me see. What I should have done probably is just paint the color that I wanted it to be first, then paint some white, and then paint the color that I wanted it to be again. Just so that I could at least ensure that all of these edges would be the color and not white, which is what has resulted. It's disappointing. Not a life-ending catastrophe by any means, but you know, let's go in here and now just with the last few minutes here, just do a little bit of touch-ups. So painting over a few places. And I'm sure some people would say, well, that's cheating. You're only supposed to use the tape or not, like, and I would just say, like, according to who? Who makes up these rules as to what is good and bad? And should you listen to those voices at all? I would say no. You know, all in all, I think it turned out pretty well, all considering, especially the speed that I was going. As I said, like, I would have been shocked if when we peeled the tape off, there wasn't any problems whatsoever. I would have just been, very pleased, but there's the likelihood that would have happened, I would have said would be very close to zero. And honestly, it's very close to zero even if you do it properly. That there's generally going to be little tiny parts that don't work properly. And then it's doing this kind of stuff, like very careful touching up. Because just again, remember, no one's going to be looking at the painting this closely. I mean, they might, when you tell them how it was done, some people might be like, oh, really? You used tape to do that? That's so interesting. Never heard. And they might get their nose right up to it to take a look, but most people won't be bothered. They'll be sitting there on the couch looking at it from across the room and going, oh, interesting. Very fascinating. So what are you guys planning on doing for the holidays? Right, and the discussion will move on. Right, I got all my green still on here on the palette because I was just painting with it minutes ago. So it should be fairly much this exact same color. Again, I'm just like kicking myself that I used that white. Because it's kind of, I can see it everywhere here. But certainly much more precise than the previous version that we did, right? Okay, so let's now just touch it up with the blue. Rafi says it's like watching a suspense movie. That is, I appreciate that. That's pretty funny. And so, you know, as frustrating as it might be, even just for me personally, to be like, oh, I should have used that white. And I should have known better, having done this kind of stuff before. But I've never used that. I think I said when I was doing it, I've never done it quite like, you know, I've never put that white down like that. And now I know. And so it's as frustrating as that is, it's always good to have learning experiences. Right? Like, will I ever allow that to happen again? No. Because I can say, oh, I tried that once and it didn't work. So I have 100% confidence that if I try it again, it's probably not going to work a second, third, fourth, fifth time. I might get lucky and make it work, but why even risk it, right? So now almost all of the looks pretty close. Just noticing that this is actually tape stuck under here. Okay, and then I think the last, I might do a little bit of touch up on the yellow and the red. Paula says, I'm snacking with roasted seaweed while watching Michael's invention. Better than anything. It's like my wife is always saying, she's like, I love all of the people watching. They're such sweet people. Good people. I know, it's like I go, I know, isn't it crazy? How was I so lucky to find so many wonderful people? I feel like it's kind of maddening because you just think like, okay, well, here's how I could fix that. That color's a little bit off, and then I could do that, and then at some point you just go like, you know what? There's only so many, like, at some point you just gotta go, okay, well, time to walk away. I just rubbed that with my green finger. There's those little tiny stains that, I mean, I guess I could put a bit of white in here to try to cover it. Okay, let that dry. Okay. I gotta stop before I can drive myself nuts. Okay, so let's... I'll sign these, that way it helps keep me from painting on them more, even though I have painted on some of these after I've signed them, but... I try not to. Okay. This one's from 1995. So let's say 1964 to 95. Because that's when he started it. So it's got one going here. And I'll show you them side by side, and then you can tell me which one you think is best. And there's going to be some people that will prefer the hand-painted one versus the tape. It wouldn't offend me in any way. I think the reason why I did both of these is because I wanted people to be able to see that there's multiple ways, multiple options to execute any painting. Banging the paintings together. I got wet paint on the table. Be careful. Right at the very end. Okay. So here, I'll make a little... A and B. This is tape. Right, so they look almost identical, obviously. The colors actually turn out to be very similar. This one, I lightened the blue up. Obviously, this one was how we began. This is the second painting using tape. So I'd be interested to hear, what do you prefer, A or B? The hand-painted version or the version using tape? There are slight differences. The color of this yellow, remember I painted it white, and then I painted warm yellow, and then I painted 2 coats of cold yellow. Versus this one, I just painted cold yellow on top of white. So this yellow has a bit more of a warm glow that's coming from it. So I do, personally, I prefer this yellow here. As opposed to the other colors, the greens are almost identical. And the blues are almost identical. This one's just a little bit lighter. Other things that, you know, obviously this one's using tape, so all the edges are sharper. I mean, that's just to be expected. So here, the edges are a little sloppier. The other major difference is that with this painting, because I've got tape on it, I can be really bold with my brushwork. I can use big, heavy, thick brush strokes and painting over, because I'm not worried about going over the edge and then into this other color. So here I have very unified patches of color, right? There's no variation from the inside to the edge. It's continuous all the way through. It's very flat. Versus here, there's still areas, no matter how many times I painted, where I've got some areas are definitely thicker and darker than areas right next to the where the colors change, because it's really hard to get these edges to be as clean and thick as these edges. So it's a bit of a toss-up. I would say in person, I would probably say the tape one looks better. But I think the further you get away from both of them, I think even noticing the differences become more and more difficult. So it's total personal preference. I can see somebody preferring one or the other. I think obviously this one took, well, it's hard to say which one took longer. I don't know, this took us about 2 hours to do, and this one took us basically it took 2 hours because I also painted for 45 minutes on this. So I think this one actually took longer for sure than this one. So that using the tape takes longer. You get a sharper line, as we would hope and expect. Right? Okay, so thank you everyone for painting along with me for today, and I really am excited to see what people have done, and if you painted today's painting, how it turned out. Did you use the tape or not the tape? Did you hand paint it? Did you use a combination of both at different times and places? If you've never used the tape before, I hope that was helpful and instructive. And even though there were some difficulties, we could do a little bit of touching up and those difficulties disappear. So thank you everyone. If you enjoyed today's episode, like, subscribe, hit the notification bell. I know it sounds obvious, but most people forget to do it or don't do it at all. I'm here every Tuesday and Thursday, 365 days a year. I don't know what that is, 2 days a week. But I'm going to be here again on Tuesday, again next Thursday, as well as potentially a couple of days over, maybe even tomorrow. There's a couple of Rene Magritte paintings I want to make. I haven't been able to find the time, so probably tomorrow, probably on Christmas Day. And there's a Boxing Day painting. I've already got all the outlines done for all of them. So if you want to also support the channel with a small donation, as little as $1, there's a link to the PayPal below. You can use the Super Chat function here in YouTube. And you can send a check or e-transfer by contacting me directly through the Facebook group. Join the Facebook group, upload your picture, share it with the world. We can't wait to see what you've been up to, even if it's not the Robert Indiana painting. If it's something else that means something dear to you, I would love to see it, and I would love to be able to help you make it even better next feedback session. Okay, everyone, enjoy the rest of your evenings. If I don't see you the next couple days, Merry Christmas to all, and to all a good night. Take care, everybody. We'll see you again very, very soon.